Hello! Nice and early. Yeah, I'm not early at all. Yeah, off stream I've been doing a little bit of work. As you can see, the levels are looking slightly different. There are some props that I placed, like the little wall segments with the pillars on them. Changed some colors. The floor is now completely generated by that same system. And everything seems to be working pretty well. I also toyed a lot with trying to make a little bit more intricate, or not a lot, but a little bit more intricate. Ooh, that's a lot of HP. Level layouts, anyway. So I've been tweaking those formulas a little bit. I've changed the camera slightly. Also added, the character now has a tiny little lean as you start and stop moving. Like if you dash, it looks like you're kind of leaning forward. I tried with removing the legs. Yeah, I did it just now. I don't know if that's gonna stick, but so damn it. But yeah, things are moving in some kind of direction at least. I would say this angle works pretty well with the character. I just zoomed the camera in a little bit. I wonder if I want to move it back again. A little bit further from, or if it was nice that you didn't see much of the, or you didn't see all of the level. Also made the enemy paths be slightly unpredictable. So now they're kind of sometimes spreading out and moving slightly random. Can safely do one of those and maybe This is an example of a level that's a little bit more random, or like have more nooks and crannies than other parts of the game, or earlier versions of the level generation. It's actually the same, it's just different parameters. I guess it changed it a tiny bit. It's still like random walk and mirrored and whatever. Yeah, that helps. I'm really sleepy. Shit. Kind of like being slightly more zoomed in, to be honest. It gives you more, like, feel closer to everything, of course. Also, there's less of the, like, dead space around the screen. It also feels like he moves faster. Now, I did pick up a movement upgrade. So, but like when more of the screen is moving at a faster rate, even though you're not like in relation to the enemies, you're not moving much faster. Ah, forgot which spell I had. Yeah, it feels pretty good, especially with the movement upgrade and the little leans that happens when you're moving. Oh yeah, I actually changed the movement code too. So before it was just like if you press right, it starts moving at the yeah, there's no acceleration or deceleration, or there wasn't, but now there's a tiny bit. When I release, there's like, it's not a lot, but it's like just a little bit of delay there, which makes it a little bit more, or should we, yeah, it feels smoother and a little bit less static. And when you're doing like running around in circles, it looks more like a circle than an octagon. Just a little bit. It's not a huge deal, but it does work, I would say. Oh, there are footstep sounds. They're just very quiet. But also, if I remove the if I remove the legs, they're actually on a layer in Photoshop, so I could. Just turn them back on. No! Anyway, so that's the game and the changes we did. So yeah, you can kind of drag this, and it's still plenty fast, even though it now has a shit ton of this is a cool shape. Yeah, but now it's like made out of these parts. It's so dark, the screen is. I'm gonna go pull down the curtain a little bit. Give me a sec. Now I can see better. Depends on the size of the room is dependent on which room size you have, more or less. So I can drag this slider, kind of make it smaller and bigger or whatever. And the biggest rooms have like 150, I think. Smallest rooms are just 20 or something. So yeah, it's a system. I feel like I should make more out of that at some point, but yeah. No, box size is like I don't use boxes at this point. So if we drag this down, we get the smallest possible area, right? And that is just defined by this size here. I thought. Apparently it's not. It's this. No. But if I add box counts, it adds boxes to the layout. Sort of. And that gives this kind of boxy look. Usually this is at like 15 or something. This doesn't generate those kind of corridory things. It just like, especially if you pull it up, like I use it like this. It's like more or less a big room. Then if I bring the box count down and then start playing with the iterations, which is the random walk thing, it's more of a classic, you know, random walk thing with mirroring. Yeah, so but those are driven by these room types. So if we have like a waves room, the waves room contains small, medium, and large, which is like, yeah, they got 2 box iterations, it seems like, and then a different number of iterations here, 20 to 65 or 150 for the different sizes. This is I would like to introduce, and this is where we might have to redo some of the generation system. thing here that generates a table, stuff like that. And you just have to think about that. Maybe have another shop template. Yeah, I've thought about adding grass, like in the cracks would be pretty nice, and maybe special things. Especially when you have these big areas, it would be nice that if the ground were a little bit more detailed. It's nice that it's not too detailed, so you can still see like projectiles and enemies and so on, but yeah. But I wonder, do we want like foliage spilling over in places, or how does that even make sense in the universe? Like, where are we? I don't know yet. Yeah, we're gonna have at least 3 different biomes, so one of them could be like more of a cavey thing. Sure, and like maybe some spider enemy drops spider webs that slow you down. Could work that kind of way also. Cape could be slightly more here. Even more, maybe? And just a smidge higher up. Oop. There we go. So when I change the camera angle even a little bit, all these values kind of make it look slightly wrong in weird ways. There's also things like if I like well, actually not that much right now, so never mind. But these can be seen outside here sometimes, but I did the simple solution and just extended this out quite a bit. We can also place like candelabra. I have them in here somewhere. One of those mock-ups. These guys. However, I'm gonna. First one. Also, we have those like pillars with some particle things on them. So yeah, maybe copy this and let's make a decorations tile sheet. We painted in some shadows here. I have some flooring ideas, so I can copy this over and maybe just place it somehow. It's all the same. Deco torch front 1 2 3 Deco torch side 1 2 and 3. Let's put this like here. I think this would be like matching up with, yeah. Floor foliage 1. Floor foliage 2. Deco grass 1. I should have deco as, but whatever. Cool, that's all of our things sliced. Now go find our things here. So you can make copies of all of these for juice. These are not gonna have that part. And then we're gonna just add our, use these, pick like the flame torch. It's one of the front ones, so closer to the wall. Maybe cheat a little bit and have them back like that. But I was also thinking maybe I'll add a little bit of a just do that so I have a better base. Then I'll add a particle system. See if we can do something cool with this. Lifetime a lot lower, between like 0 and 1 second maybe. And then we want to emit in a shape of like a sphere, I think. And then we want the velocity over lifetime to be, oh, we also want this to have 0 thickness. that, and then we want like gravity, negative gravity. It's almost like the speed is too high. Now we're talking. Cool. And lastly, we have a smoke effects or something. This one. Just texture sheet animation. And I don't remember, I think it's 8. I was making some torches. We're adding like little effects or decorations to the levels. That little white flash doesn't quite do it. Maybe we fade them to black instead to kind of... No, down here. It's looking pretty good. Combine that with the flickering of the torch or the... Hey, Cross with the Raid. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? What up? All good. Just playing with some little things. So do we... Probably easiest is to just modify, create some animations for this torch. Call this like front torch. So what I'm thinking is just switching this out at some rate. Quite soft, but in combination I think maybe it'll work. So we can actually try it out. It should happen sometimes. Yeah, now we can see how it looks in the game. These have pretty high chance of happening. For ice, it's kind of a roguelike thing with Slay the Spire type map system and shopping inspired by Snake RX. So you kind of build your build. Let's go pick something up. Rail. Go here. Oh, we should have sacrificed too. Sorry. Forgot. We want to swap those around. So yeah, that's the as a general tired today. So we can very simply move this over here, and since I have my masterful script, which is up here somewhere, like Alt Utils, reparent selected, should put it inside of the right thing. It looks like it did. And the simple thing would be to just do that. Did make another thing, but let's look at that first. See how that looks. Oh, what's going on out there? I know what's going on out there. I didn't reparent this one. Hello, Fatken. Friends, I don't know. We have been raiding each other. We're Twitch friends. stream peeps. Now it would be nice if this had a little bit of bloom on it. Can we get that? I don't think that's it. I think it's on this layer or something. Let's make an arena with these on. Here we go. So it doesn't look like these are rendered on this layer. So are they on this layer? They're on this layer, and we don't have any like post-processing turned on this layer. We've got to figure out what we want to do there, because I think the idea was that we'd run only ambient occlusion on the main camera, and then entities were not part of that. And then on the entities camera, I guess this one doesn't clear, so in theory it should. Let's turn these off again, and then it should be this. It affects everything. See if we can find the threshold that blooms the right stuff. I think we need to add a little bit of something to the torch here. Also, we forgot one quite important part, which is to make a prefab out of this. So let's delete the other ones. These go inside of effects, I guess. Prefab out of the torch. Put this over here. Move that over there. Select both. Reparent so they are inside of the correct things. And then on this one, we'll do like. We'll add another sprite renderer, I think. It's gonna be our glowy thing. We'll figure out if we have any blob. Should be like a light or blob effect. We don't have those. So let's go see. They're probably in here. You can copy over some from other projects. That's always good. So we got a light volume, but we don't have the one called effects. They're definitely in fast run. Sprites effects. Let's open this one up and see. Sure, let's just. It's not exactly what I wanted, but it's good enough. Let's take these two files, copy them over, assets, textures, whatever. already have that. What are those? Oh, okay. We want this to be have different things, so I guess we rename our stuff. Can you not choose to rename when you're pasting in? On the Mac, you can choose to keep both. Aha. Let's call it effect 2 for now. Doesn't matter. Like that. So with any luck, that will also like import it. So, yep. So here's our glow sprite. The simplest version of this, we could do just that. Maybe this, but then we'd like some add lights. So let's create a material. Additive. Let's make it a unlit. No, it's something else. It's add legacy mobile particles. Yeah, let's do that. Now we can give it a color. And it should look like pretty glowy. I think it's a little bit too strong, but it's... Fire's light blue? Could be. I feel like we're going a little bit monochrome, to be honest. I think I want this bigger, but with less opacity. It's like barely... Oh wait, gotta apply to. Oh, I didn't think of that. That looks a little bit weird. There's a simple solution. That is to rotate those 90 degrees. Maybe a little bit stronger. Forgot to apply. Now those work. Those work. It looks okay, I think. It's not perfect that this kind of Maybe I want to do something like this. Oh, probably should. Or have a smaller version of this just in front, so it's like in there somehow. Much less gravity. It's like the core and the outer plate together. This doesn't even have to have that, I think. It could be just like that, and then sure. Yeah, I gotta think about it in 3D space a little bit more. This one needs to go closer. These ones are right there. I almost don't need the flame in the thing there. I'm just testing a thing here. I like sheeting, if you can't, you couldn't tell. We do this, we get kind of a holder for the thing. And then I'm gonna be nasty and just remove that, we don't need it. And then we can actually go in and find our decorations, cut out all of this. It's looking, it's a little bit flat, and these ones have, they need to be closer to the wall, I guess. Or even better, just not do this. Don't have to worry, and instead we just pick up like one of the darker purples. We're gonna remove that. Could try blue fire with I dig the blue. Yeah, looks cool. Not sure about that though, so let's get that back into the black range. And then update this. We'll take a look. The blue is brighter and kind of Yeah, I like the blue one better. That's for sure. Now, would we want a little smidgen more of this? Actually, what we want to do is fade this in and out a little bit. So let's make a script, an effect script that's called like opacity. We could just make it like a sprite color animator. We'll do public. Is it called like a color ramp or something? What should we call it? Like a gradient? Yes. Wasn't that dip enough? And then we just go like time offset. A 0, and then we do like float. No, time offset equals random range 0 through 1337. And then we just set sprite renderer dot color to be color gradient dot evaluate, and then we do time, which is like time dot time plus time offset. Color animator, and then we just set it up to be like get the color we want, which is this. Oop. And then we set it up to kind of flicker a little bit in terms of, and I think it should never be too strong. Slightly random feel like this. I think it should all be 127 at the start and the end, and it should clamp around, I think. Otherwise we'll just do a modulo thing. I don't see shit. Do we see this moving? No. So my guess is that it doesn't, this needs to be modulo 1. To make it kind of flop around a little bit. Yep, that's pretty cool. Now we can add another thing, which is a public float time scale, and set that to 0.1. Multiply this time scale. Maybe a little higher, like 0.3 or something. There we go. Purling could work as well, of course. Not sure about that. Whoops. It's not perfect that this one is not like facing the camera. One solution to that would be to use a particle system for this too. We could have a third particle system doing this thing actually, with that glow material on it, and then that could have been actually better in many ways. Just make it slightly less strong on the strongest. I think it looks pretty good. No. Kind of want a shadow that goes down there. Yep, something like that, exporter. I think it needs to be black if it's gonna work. It's not quite entirely black. Looks a little bit like a pillar now, so it should be slightly less opaque. There. No, it was a decent game back when it was 1 week too. Just bigger and better and more now. Yeah, the shadow should flicker too. Should flicker at the same rate as the other parts. What's the slightly above half? Can I not have more? No, I run out of opacity steps. Okay, let's try that. Oh, I forgot one thing. It needs to loop. It should also like slightly rotate. If we're sure. It feels like that's just a lot of processing power. Probably do that every frame for every torch in the game. I guess we don't have that many, so. See if we can make the other stuff, like the corner chandelier thing. Oops. Blueprint, inner corner northwest. Sure. Northeast. Let's copy these two. And then like together a little bit, and then we'll create our little sprite. No? This guy. Let's copy some particles from here, I guess. No. Copy. Tiny little shadow. And then we'll... I wonder what we do for... Is there a collider on this? Like, what do we do? No. Hey, Spires! Welcome, Raiders. How was the stream? Ugh, I'm tired today. Yeah. Sign of the times. Forgot one thing. Or a tiny bit flat, I would say. But could do cross them, but I'm not sure we want that. We got none. None again. They look puny. Like compared to the player? In fact, the player looks kind of chunky compared to the walls too. Why is it weirdly scaled? Now they look gigantic instead. So that's actually more the size I would imagine them compared to the player. Maybe there's something to that, I don't know. Oh, tap crow. Welcome. Yeah, this is the game. Max button for skills. I think this is using Unity. There's not a FAQ. I draw pixel art mostly for this project entirely in Photoshop, and then I use VS Code for coding. Coding is done in C#. But regarding the max 4 buttons for skills, I'm thinking 3 buttons for skills and 1 active item. The 3 buttons for skills or spells, I would say are freely interchangeable, and then there's 1 slot for 1 more powerful item. But we're not quite there yet. I made some mock-ups. Where is it? Mock-up 2 here, where I've done slightly different layout. I got like main one, 2 others, and then this. So we'll see exactly how it turns out. It's weird that this character here versus those, they're so far away, so maybe that's why it looks... Because this is the actual sprite I just put in the game. I keep feeling like things like those, they should not be like part of the floor, but maybe I'm wrong there. Ballpark, 1 minute to 15 years. So I spent 30 days on this, but I've been making games since forever, so I think it's not comparable to... If you look at the original, I spent like quite a bit less, like 1 week to make the basic version of the game. I used many I've been trying to code games since like mid 90s, so I've tried a lot of different things. I'm not sure if that's helpful, but yeah, it's using NFTs. I have no interest in NFTs. So I guess the answer is no, I will not use NFTs. I like MT3. I got them on my board here. Still, the thing I'm feeling with the MT3s is that I really like a small target to hit. So my I think DSA is still my favorite. Like typing wise, I still hit the edges between. Yeah, I don't know. MA? Is that a keycap profile? Tall as SA. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I like that's how my board sounds right now. I think it's pretty the plan is to put a I'm gonna 3D print a thing and then put some wood on top of the 3D printed thing in the center. I can take it on or off if I need to, like reprogram or whatever. Yeah, it's a very, very custom board. I've designed it and did it, printed it on my. I got a. I guess you can't see it now, but there is a. What's it called? Photon Mono, Anycubic Photon Mono X, which is like a reasonably big resin printer. The Dactyl board. Oh, the oops. This one. It still exists. I think it still works. I might. Yeah. Yeah, it's super hand wired. This new one is a little bit interesting. Let's talk keyboards for a second, just because before I lose all my brain. So you can kind of, I guess this is the best we get. This one is super weird because it's designed and printed as only a plate. So you could see it's super low profile, and the switches are sticking right into almost like a PCB, but I've made it so that there are channels for. You can see here it's super warped too, unfortunately, because of the printing. It doesn't look that bad here, but it is. You can see here and here there's a very different height, so it's quite warped, unfortunately. But it doesn't. You can't feel it, so it's fine. Also, it's silver or duct tape together. But yeah, so there are sockets in here, like hot swap sockets, so I can take out a key if we wanted to. And one of the innovations on this version is that the hot swap socket kind of sits in another socket, and then there's also channels for the hand wiring of the LEDs or not LEDs, the diodes. So you can kind of pop everything in and then solder without having to hold everything. Which is decent. There's no GitHub, it just exists on my computer. So hopefully should be able to slot this switch back in. The switches are tactiles. There are the what are they called? Everglide Oreos, I think. Still type number 6. Yep. So that's the that's the idea behind the keyboard. So it was pretty fast to put together compared to others, and a lot less finicky due to that. But then there are some other issues, like there's a lot of wobble to. You're not nerdy enough by it. There's a little bit of wobble. It's not that bad on most of the keys, but there's some kind of wobble. So I think what I might do in the end, if I did something similar to this again, I'd have a plate too, so it kind of slots over everything and keeps the switches from rocking back and forth. It is not bad. There are some that are worse, like just because of me futzing up a little bit when putting the switches in. So actually, it's not that bad, but they do wobble a little bit, and sometimes if they wobble, like if they're not 100% straight inserted, you can kind of press down one key and the one next to it kind of follows. Because it doesn't, like you can see, it's if this one kind of pushes a little bit to that side, then both those switches will push down at the same time. Not usually, but it also, like, it does happen. Um, like, if you're thinking new layout as in just changing the keys around but it's still having QWERTY, it's not that bad. Like I've done it a couple of times. I used to be a normal keyboard nerd, and then I got like 60%, which changes things around a little bit with like a split spacebar. So I kind of made it weirder and weirder over time. So I don't know exactly if you went like full ortho in one step. That might be weird. This current one is not as bad as this one, for example, which not only has like I don't have any keycaps on this one, but you can see it's not only like weirdly shaped this way, it's also weirdly shaped this way and this way, which makes it quite hard to get used to, but it is pretty good. The only reason I switched away from this was Shark Dentist. Yeah, actually, I see what you're saying. This one doesn't have a numbers row, so you can see it's only like 3 rows of actual normal ones, and then this new one have an actual numbers row. Here's another one I built way back when. It's got low profile switches, so it's even lower. I never really liked these switches. And someone asked about 3D printed keycaps. These are, in fact, 3D printed with the resin printer. So they have pretty decent resolution. Yeah, these are chocks. They're Choc Robins, which are clickies. But this one has the same problem. Oh, actually, this was the first time I did something similar to what I did with this board, with like making a plate that you can kind of socket things into. But this one didn't have supports for the diodes. You can see the diodes are just hanging around, which made it a little bit like also, should we call it, yeah, it didn't always, like sometimes it didn't work perfectly. It was also the first one I did without the numbers row, and it was a fun experiment. I've learned to not use the numbers row as much, which is better for your hands. But sometimes, especially when you're like CADing or tweaking shit inside of Unity, you don't want to press 2 keys to do the things. I've doubled a lot of things on this one. I want to do more keycaps. I'm looking for it now, but I can't find it. Okay, I can't find the ones with lettering on them. Not sure, but these are 3D printed keycaps in my own profile. That's like a mix of MT3 and DSA. Can you focus? Come on. They work pretty well, but and they're like a lot shorter than the MT3s, which is what I like about them. Yeah, the quality is decent. Like I'm not sure if my camera can focus this closely, but it's decent since it's resin compared to other stuff, and it's really fun to kind of design that in Fusion and get it printed and try it out and see what you like. Next revision of these would probably be with a smaller top face, so it kind of makes that smaller, comparable to here's a DSA cap on your, so if you look at those right next to each other, you can see the gray one is a little bit bigger, and I would like make it even smaller than this to try that out. I don't know. Oh, Drobes. I almost called you. My brain doesn't work today. I'm sorry. Getting hot in here too, and I don't have any more Coke. Two for two. No, we're not trapped. Things are working out pretty well. We have added a lot of like decoration elements today. It's looking a little bit like, yeah, it's a little bit too much, probably. What are we getting stuck on here? Is there a secret collider on the? It looks like it. Collider in here somewhere? Yeah, there's a box collider on this. Remove. Apply. Is there any more box colliders hidden here? Yes. All of these probably have them, because I copied shit. Need to update the dash effect. It's not like, if you look closely, it's like silhouettes of the wizard, but they're not syncing up quite as well anymore. The character is slightly taller and chunkier. Floorgrass is fun, but I also feel like it's a little bit too common right now, so we can tune it down, and it should also be like more likely to happen close to edges. These two are the floor ones, I think. That's closer to what I want. I mean, we're also just testing out like whether or not it's actually working technically, if everything looks good from different angles and stuff, but I don't like these. I think it's a lot of it is the color. But they're also like, should we add a big fan, or what do you say? Just kidding. Yeah, and there's no glow around the stuff there, so maybe I'll change them into something thicker. Maybe draw a top part that's more like a bowl, and then add a big red fire inside of it. It could look better, and then I think it would be cool to be able to like blast them. Yeah, okay, so we could make a copy of this. Like, I'm torn on if I should put in like a system to randomly select parts of it. But yeah, it's do this, and can we get another version of this? Same with this guy. There is a decent cost to adding more of these. Like there is some cost associated with like performance. Adding more different versions. It's not that bad, but it does exist. So if I add more variations too, it's like those are... I gotta modify the chance of all of these. Be much lower. It's like a 1% chance of these now. But almost nothing, and then next time. Yeah, let's make it more. 5%. That's about right. And then like in places like this, I could make a template that matches the entire like alcove or whatever this would be called, and put something in there like an arch over it, or a little another floor, maybe like a carpet or something. Make it look more like handcrafted. Yeah. I recently added a little bit of wiggle or like rotation to him when you're dashing. But I feel like if this is an overgrown ruins kind of situation, we should probably have grass more along the like in the corners. There should be a lot around the edges. I'm not sure why it's like that, but it's probably because maybe that's where like dirt would work like that. You would have more dirt in this corner. I'm not sure about if grass works like that. It does feel like it should. But also maybe it's like inside and none of the normal rules apply. Yeah, it might be that, yeah. So there's like some dirt along the edges. So what we could do is to take some of these, duplicate, drag them over to this place, and most of them, no, all of them are inside, so we can go reparent. We can just try to make a little, there's one taller version here. Put these in like this. Now, it's not good that these are in here. Would be fun to make a simple algorithm that just calculates how far something is from, how many steps are there to a wall on the floor. I don't think I want the billboards. I don't know. Reparent. Oh, they're on the wrong one. It seems like. I didn't name them, so I guess shame on me. Is this all of them? Yeah, let's name these. Now there's Greta in there. Doesn't look good with I screwed up. Ah, I see. These ones should have been up here. That reparent button is like God and Jesus and all of those. Saves me so much time. I think they should be like swaying in the wind or a little bit so they look a little bit more alive. I also don't feel like they're there a good reason why they're not bigger? I feel like almost they should be much bigger. Or taller. Also, maybe I dare do this, where I kind of pick one of these, extend it. Reparent. Should have picked. I mean, yes, the looking like a real game, yeah. Just add grass. Tempted to do something with the grass where I generated, like what time is it? It's 15:22. I could spend a little bit of time and like, this is a cool room layout to I want to detect things like this, where there is I guess there is a 1 unit or 3 unit thing that matches up with something here, and then I could put in like a little door in there or something. That should be easier to do. Let's try it. Why not? We want to borrow... We want to borrow the walls, I guess. So let's take... whatever is easier. This. Duplicate that. So it's gonna be 3 units wide and 3 units between. We have these things. That out of there. Get this out. These I don't know, like maybe we use it, maybe we don't. We gotta set this up, so is the shape slightly off? Oh, I don't know. So I'm gonna just improvise something here to see if it works. No. Gonna take a million years until we see one of those, but a large level should have higher chance of it happening. I guess they also need to be higher priority than... One thing I would like to do is like a tool that automatically rotates everything here, but it's pretty simple, so potentially we don't even care. We do like center. It's very close. I guess the difference is, oh, maybe this is always 4. I don't remember. Looking at this way, which means this goes 1 more there, and this goes 2 there. This moves out, and then everything inside. I have to. But can this ever happen? I don't think this can ever happen in the current... Because I think we have a multiplier of 4 and we have 3 in between here, and that's never gonna happen. So we need to do this, this, and that, and then move, I guess, everything here. Same goes here. Not that one, this one. Okay, so maybe this will happen then. We can try it. Arena. This actual layout should make it happen in here, I think. Nope. These don't match. Here they are, look. But we have some issues. There is no floor. Ah. Yeah, we're gonna have troubles here. Because let's take a look again at this current seed here. Arena. So you see, firstly, there is no floor, and also there is no wall here. So seed 15, if we update that. Still having the same problems though. Why no floor? Didn't I just fix this? Or did I forget to kind of... Yep, apparently. This is all... Why is this part of... Oh, it's because... Its pivot point is not in the center. It's here, so... Perfect. So now it should work. At least it should add floor here. But the problem is, now it's overriding the chance for that wall to have any... So if it continues, then we have another issue. No. Whoop. It's Unity. So what should happen is this should have a lower priority than the corners. I think we put it at a little bit higher. Let's call this like passage arc vertical. And then we make these lower in the priority list. So they should be at the same as these, I guess. These are at 105 and these are now at 105. Cool. These have a higher chance of happening, so... Features like this, we could also like just detect and override. We could make those holes instead. Kind of boring layouts. Welcome back. Do we have a large level? Oh, look. It's working. It's annoying because you can't see shit in there. It does work. Rats. Rats. Yeah. They're not gonna look like this. Digga 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 digga. I wonder if every level should have if every level should have a oh, do I have colliders on these? Yeah. So they don't know how to find me here because there's colliders on these that kind of let's get rid of those. There is not colliders on these, but they're using the wrong. What? What? It looks like the... I want to generate here number 15 or... This one has it, so now we could probably like bake this. You could see it's not letting anyone through here. What's going on here? Like, why are there patches of not goodiness? Is it due to the... Seems to be maybe due to the floor. These floor tiles don't have colliders on them. No, they only pursue... They pursue anywhere. Oh, shit. So all of these that we've added to different... They need to be prefabs and have colliders. That's why it doesn't work. So the question is, can we do that using... Because I think a lot of these don't have colliders. That's where I copied it. And I should have copied it from... Yeah, I got the box collider on the big thing. You know what? That's not too bad. That's actually better from a performance standpoint. Let's add a... like a cube. Put it in the center and then just... stretch it out. And then I guess turn off the rendering. And this one is on the right object, I think. But yeah, so let's see if we move this over here, for example, and rotate it. Snap all axes. Looks almost correct. This the trim ones actually have colliders. We can remove them then. What is up? Are these slightly... No, it must be the walls that are... Looks correct now. Obviously we could do something more lightweight here, maybe, so you can see more across. Could even like hang a little lamp there or something, maybe. This is a big square room. I need to have some kind of stun effect when I hit them, at least when I hit them with the melee weapon. Otherwise that's gonna be really hard to. That was entirely unnecessary. I don't know that there is a good build with the claw spell. Except for like just leveling it up. Large level, so maybe we'll see a little bit of those. Here. They actually worked on this side, but not on the other. Chance thing, maybe? Wow, that one hits hard. If I step on certain spots, like follow, stop following. Due to the same thing with the so this one has, yeah, the box collider is actually too small for this one. 1.33, 1.5. This one doesn't have any at all. No, this one's fine. This one should have the same problem as the other one. Cool. Thank you, Angry Shark. These could be like spider webs or something, maybe? It's like a tiny sense of like hodgepodge put together stuff. A little bit janky, but yeah, it'll be fine, I think. What looks out of place? Oh yeah, there's no green specifically in like the floor stuff. I mean, one way of adding that would be to do this, which I'm not entirely sure if we dare to do. What did I just do? Again, copy walls texture. If we wanted to do a little bit of that, what? Why is nothing happening? Classic Photoshop, stop updating the view. Here we go. If we then up the grass chance a little bit. Let's give it a higher chance so it happens more often. It looks a little bit less out of place. Also, if we update the textures. I'm not sure which. Is it this? It's not that. Potentially this then. Oh wait, it is not this. I have this in a separate sprite sheet, I think. Or? No. Wait, just create a new layer. Try this. That is not in there for some reason. That's fine, and then I just blend the edges, I guess, somehow with This is gonna be our like overgrown ruins style tile set, I guess. Gotta figure out why one of them doesn't work. It's also the same texture all the way around. Becomes a little bit repetitive like that. This has something, especially with these like random something like that. Yep. It's a little bit flat around the edges here, especially with that super repeating texture. We could make it less offensive by making it, I guess, it is very dynamic looking. So if we were to pick the right layer and just like that instead, it'd look a little bit less bad. 15. No, not 15. But I need something to drink. Give me a sec. Excellent commentary there, Drew. That's Mind Rage. That's one of the cool parts of actually streaming and having VODs of your shit, because it kind of just works. No, it kind of gives you that timeline feel. My brain isn't working, so whatever I say is... A Majesty. Do you listen a lot to Dream Theater? Time for lunch, yeah. I don't know. Who knows? I think we're exploring what we need to do to make something that looks a little bit more organic. Like, what are the features that our system would benefit from having? Like, this looks pretty cool, but there's some more stuff that would look cool. I think we can have both. Like, in the perfect world, wouldn't like this level have this in here, but over here it's not that like vegetable. There's one part too that you don't know about yet, which I don't know exactly how it's gonna pan out either, but there is one more thing that will come into play here. There isn't many things like that, Matan. Shut up. Don't come with more ideas now. More grass. Actually looks absolutely horrendous. So the brief info is we're currently working on the proc-gen parts of this game, which is called Robes, which is a game about buying shit and shooting stuff. Why aren't these like that? I just felt like doing something here. 45 degree. Put it in here somehow. That's gonna work, right? Instead of whatever we had before. Oh wait, I forgot that on the other one too. Gives a little extra, maybe. I don't know, maybe not. That one seems entirely off. But okay, so we see a couple of things. One, baking that into the texture looks a little bit cheap. It looks quite flat, especially as this thing doesn't really have any whatevers. And we don't have variations on the texture going along the edge. It's always the same 1 pixel reused thing. Shooting and buying things are your favorite 2 things, Majesty? Fun. But I feel like we have a little bit of time left today. Should we do a quick kind of calculation of where we would have vegetation? Like more in the corners, along the edges, and then some kind of map of like a Perlin noise or something to give us some organic spread of stuff. I think that could be fun. So take a look at our arena here. Very noise. So what I'm thinking is we'll pack it in the floor generator. Is there any reason to not? Just have an extra function on this, and then we'll just simply draw it on top of here with some differently colored things? Let's do it. So I want a tile map over this. Let's make it a float array. Distance to wall, let's call it that. And then I have like here somewhere we set up a tile grid. They're part of the same system, sort of. Yeah, so I have a bunch of tiles that define a pattern where it's like a square or a rectangle of either on or off stuff. I can show you how it works. So you can see this is made up of different walls and whatever. And this is all the different tiles that can make those. And if you look at, let's pick, for example, this. Bad example. Let's pick these ones that we worked on before. I have a tile grid on here that have different size, and I can like extend it, and I can actually paint on this to say match where there is a wall here, for example. I can kind of delete or do stuff. So in this case, I've marked these three out as yellow and these three out as yellow or wall, and it will try to match this randomly on the part. So that's the conceit of that. So I create the tile grid. Now I can create another thing here, which is the distance to wall stuff. And we'll make it the same size as this. So we use new float array size X size Y size. Now we have a thing like that, and then we can go through all of our tiles. No. Y size, X size. Now we want to count let's take a square that's like 3 layers. So it's like the central square that we're comparing to, and then one array around that. So it's like this one, and then whatever out there, and then whatever out there. So let's say I have, this is actually a good, let's say I have a wall like this, boop, boop, and we want to figure out what is the heat of this square here. So what I'm thinking is, if this square is a wall, we give it a 0 because it's whatever. No, actually, if it is a wall, we give it a number, 100. I don't know. And if it's floor, we give it 0, and then we check all of these, and we just add up the number that are there and divide by something, and then we check another square around it and add up how many are in there and divide by 3 or something. So we get a smooth fall off. We could do that, or we could do, because in the corner here I want to have a lot, and then a little bit less, and then a little bit less, and so on. So how do we even write for loops to do that? I guess we do for int s equals 0, s is less than how many we want to do, 3. This is exactly Minesweeper, isn't it? So we go through all of these, and then we can just check. Let's try only in Y first. So we do like distance to wall, xy plus equals, and then we just check if there is something set up in our grid. So we just do like tiles, call this TP for tile position, new vector 2 int xy. And then we check this. I think tiles is a dictionary of, it's actually vector 2 int. That's sort of not what we want. We can check the tile grid instead. If that tile grid contains our position TP plus a new vector 2 int, which is like 0 and s. Then we want to give it a, we just return one, like 10 or 2 over s, so it kind of fades out. Otherwise we return 0. So now we only check in one direction. And then afterwards, we need to draw this somehow. We have on draw gizmo, so we can do if floor to distance to wall. Why are you not giving me? Strange. Because I'm outside. Okay. We just go forx, and then we do from whatever it is, distance to wall, get length 1, distance to wall, get length 0. Value is going to be distance to wall xy. And then we just draw a cube. Of size a half. Or we can actually multiply it by the value and just see. And then do like gizmo's color equals color cyan. Also don't want box collider. Is there errors in our code? No. Why are we still seeing box colliders? That's why. We also don't want to see nav meshes. Why is that visible? I guess we'll never know. But where is our thing? It doesn't work. No, I've worked for longer now. But if you check my Twitter or something, you can find how it looked after 1 week. It's similar. So why isn't this working? So if distance to wall not equals null. So then we do this, and then v is probably 0 in every case. Then that's probably the thing. So we do like 0.2 plus this, and hopefully we'll get something. No, it's not really. Is there some? That's why. Okay, cool. So now we can sort of see where this is going. We just need to offset this by offset or whatever. I don't know what the offset should be though. We don't keep track of what the offset is. So what is doing that then? We can save it. Just do this. And it gives us the vector 3 offset we can use here. I think we do plus. Now these should shoot over here, hopefully. Yeah. Great. Now we can sort of start to see what these are. So it seems to be working to some degree. But from what I can tell, it's not. You know what? Let's do this. There we go. Yeah, it actually seems like it's sort of working. So this is close to the wall and this is far from the wall. And we can change it if we wanted to. So let's, if we had an array, how does the direction 8 thing look? So that one is up, down, left, right, up plus right, down plus right. Yeah, okay, so that's gonna work for us. This file is really, really complicated and long. We need to do something about that. But we could just iterate over the for each. It's not gonna be perfect because it's only like the directions. But that's fine. So we iterate over these, and then we use, instead of this, we do d times s to give us something that will look like it'll be closer to the edge here, and the corners should be really big. Yeah. So it's it is working. Let's take a look. It seems like it's slow, unnecessarily slow. We could do directions 4 instead. I think it will be roughly the same result, just faster. Maybe the edges are oh wait, we don't need to do it if our tile, this is quite slow, but TileGrid has an array in there, I think, that we can ask instead. Is it? Let's do this. It doesn't matter. Now we've got to do two things. We need to make sure that's our new position is within that. Like that, I think. If p.x is larger or equal to 0, or rather, if it's lower than 0, or p.x is... Why do you not want to do that? Is it because p is already defined somewhere? No. p.x is larger or equal to grid array get length 0. Or p.y grid length 1. Then just continue, because Actually, we can break because in this direction we're never gonna get in there. So this should shield us from querying the array outside of the array. See if this is faster. I am surprised that it doesn't actually... It does feel slow, but we're also racking up these like crazy. And I think that's the problem, not the validate thing. There it is. Floor generator. I think this on validate is a bad idea. Instead we have floor generator editor, where we change, yeah, we do this. So for now we can check if some variable is not set. Hello, Deadbit. Now we gotta change. Sorry. That's the rules. So I use community material, but now we gotta change to something else. Let's do Dracula. Soft? No. Wow, these are a little bit hard to read for me. How can we know if a floor generator is generated? We could make a non-serialized thing, or we could just check. Let's just add a button instead. We're not going to do this that much. So randomized would be random range 0 through 100. And then we'll have just generate from floor generator. Seed. By the way, I scored. I thought I was all out, but there was one hiding in the bottom of like the grocery tray in the fridge. Pretty happy now. Cool. So now we can just randomize. Let's put them on the top instead. They happen before the inspector GUI. But it would be nice if it did it automatically if there was nothing. So we can try this like public. Then we do like system non-serialized generated. And then we set that to false, and then when it's done, generated, we set it to true. So we can check that in. It's not going to be good because kind of don't want to do it inside of. We can do. Let's check. See if it works. It seems to have worked. I can like randomize. It doesn't get angry with us. And we have our juicy little distance mask here. And it's pretty fast. I could see us going bigger with this. Maybe 5? What? Cool. So now we can also have a Perlin noise thing, which we add on to this distance to wall XY. That's how we're initializing it here. We set the base to mathf Perlin noise. Seed on the X plus, or like seed divided by 1,000 plus X and Y. We divide these by some number. I'm just gonna guess. Or do we multiply? I think it is like this. In theory, these would have gotten slightly different, but maybe we need a larger value, or maybe we need to not divide by these big numbers. Maybe they also need to be floated. Not sure about that, so trial and error. There it is. There's the noise. Is it good though? It's about the right size, I would say. This maybe divided by 10 instead. 3. But we also want to like cap this. So let's do this. Subtract some number to pull it down and then cap it between 0 and 1. Or clamp it, I should say. There we go. Now we got a wee bit, but there's a problem here. It's not quite working out, and that's going to be solved by making this directions 8 instead, I think. And while it's like a bit slower, I don't think it matters. The cubes are the distances to the walls. And what we're going to do with that is to calculate where we're going to put dirt and whatever. So we can use that to place like tufts of grass or whatever. This part here, I want to have a higher one, but I want to cut it like this. Let's see what happens. So I intend to increase the... Yes, that worked pretty well. So now we can try different seeds. Randomize. Can we... Yeah, I love ProcGen. It's so fun. We should set the seed here also as we're randomizing. Otherwise, you'll not know. Editor. Floor generator seed equals this, except wrong. Just slightly better. ProcGen. But yeah, it's one of the more fun parts of game dev, I think. Oh, look at that. It generates it outside too. Let's only do it on, like, exit early if it's not a floor tile. You can check that by checking what the value of a tile is. Now it shouldn't make this outside part here. Yeah. So it draws those, but those values are actually 0. Let's toy with this formula a little bit more. Also not draw if the value is 0. If alloy you actually don't need to Seems to be working pretty well. My sense is that we got 5 as this number here. Let's bring that down to 4. And I think this is divided by 10. Let's bring this down to 7. Little more noisiness, like the frequency of the noise. Now it would be really cool if we could sample this from like what I do want to do is almost like have a threshold value for this where we generate an auto-tiled version, I think. So we have a threshold value, and then we do an auto-tiled version that generates these things around the edges somehow. And then we have the normal floor generation beneath. Yeah, I do that for you can see on the top here we're having tiles selected dependent on if they're on the close to the edge or not. So it's like the 16 tile thing. I'm thinking maybe we should do like 1 divided by s instead to kind of pull this back a little bit. Now we can be really cheeky here and do this. Public float dirt threshold 0.5, and then we have to do if this is less than dirt threshold, now it's going to regenerate every time we change this, but it's pretty fast actually. We can pull this back. So everything that is in here now would be a dirt tile, a visible one. Like, yeah, we can. My philosophy around the slider stuff is that if I put them in, I will endlessly toy with them until I find something good or give up. This way, if I have to recompile and do, it's a little bit less incentivizing me to do that. With this, it's like hard to know the number, so it just made sense for me to kind of. Why does it? Strange. Seed grass things. I mean, we could just, because I think I gotta go here in a couple of minutes. What we could do is spawn some prefab, a random prefab inside of the random thing, dependent on the threshold. So we'll like sample a whole bunch of. We go through all the tiles within the threshold that we set, and then we sample a couple of points inside of each of those tiles. The number could be, I guess the simplest way would be to put the grass on each tile. I think that would be a little bit too sparse. So what we could do is sample a random number of, like a multiple of how close it is to a wall. We can try it. It's gonna be fast. It's gonna be fast to code, but it's not gonna be fast to do. So there is a problem here where we call, let's just think here, because I clear all the children when I do this, and I also do it, I think, inside of Blueprint instantiator. Blueprint placer. Yeah, I do this, but I don't really need to do that. Validate is doing stuff here. We don't need that. Let's keep it simple. And then we got place blueprints. That's called from where? This will actually run clear inside of update tiles. It sort of should do that, but so is this called from tile grid editor and floor generator? Those are the only places. So I'm gonna cheat a bit and do that. Doesn't matter at this point, but it will be a little bit faster. Potentially, at least. So now we have our list of distances. Actually, we have it already here, so we could do it right here. Hello, systematic. Okay, so now we have calculated this. Now we can use this threshold. If distance to wall xy is larger than threshold, we actually use it in a slightly weird way here, because we divide it by, we do this before we do the threshold. I guess we don't really care, because we gotta go real fast here. Let's do var v equals this, and then if v is larger than that, we just continue. We don't instantiate anything. And then we do like var count is gonna be v mathf round to int v. This is how many we want to spawn, and then we do a for loop. And then we pick a random position. P is going to be new vector 3 x 0 y plus offset. And then we do random dot item take prefab. No, we don't want to do random item out of the grass prefabs. We don't care about anything else, and then we instantiate that var. Oh, we don't. You can just do instantiate. Oh, we also need to do like offset by. Okay, let's just do it here. Plus random float range minus 0.25. 0.25. Let's do this for y as well, or z. Then we instantiate the prefab at the position P with the rotation quaternion identity. Actually, prefab rotation. We use that, and then we do transform parent is transform. Okay. Hey, semi-work! Just as I'm going home or leaving the computer. So let's see if we can find a couple of grass tufts that we can copy. We have them in the blueprint, so let's just grab one of them, duplicate, put it out there, and then just it's mostly the rotation I'm after here, but it seems like the rotation is going to be null or nothing. And then like deco grass 1, and then finally the last one, deco grass 3, and we don't need to prefab these at all. Where's this? So many things now. Put those there. Arena, lock that, get these, put them in as prefabs. And then we wonder why there's nothing. Randomize. Look. The threshold kind of works. We could also do this, like do transform dot local scale times equals 1 times v. The count times 2. Okay, it's not quite working, but it's sort of working because it is actually putting these in here using that map that we created. It actually looks a little bit gross. Did I put in times 1? Now we're talking. So imagine that, like, swaying gently in the wind. Not that there is wind here, but yeah. Yeah, it feels more like whatever you're saying. I want to toy with this a lot more, but I feel like maybe it's time for me to stop. I'm gonna see if I can get more out of that. I think the threshold is just not gonna... Wow. The threshold is inverted, I think. That's why it was weird. Why is the threshold... Feels weird. I guess it's okay. I think I screwed up with this. This is where we would add all the edit functionality. And maybe also do minimum one. Just add one. It gives us more. Yeah, some random rotation could be good. Ah, look, now we're getting a lot of this in here. Which means we can also tune this down. Let's do plus random range 0 through 1. Okay, that doesn't work. Okay, I gotta go. I could remove those grass tiles, but I like how some of them at least. Let's give it a... They look, it doesn't look like grass at all. I think if we were to, what's going on here? Let's make sure we don't save that. If we were to give this a little bit more texture, like, what's going on? What? Normal. Uh-huh. The layer is weird. I'm sure if it had like higher. Yeah, that looks a little bit better, I guess. This is gonna kill people's performance, but I don't care. I can always like merge this into one texture and we'll have, or one draw call and we'll have no problems. And wave them using shader, vertex shader. So I think that was a pretty cool thing. I'm tempted to bring this back down to 3, 2. Kind of. And then. Did I? No, it looks better too. Like fuzzy. Weirdly fuzzy. I would use I think so. Currently, we're just instantiating a whole lot of prefabs. What I would do is create one big mesh that has everything in here, and we'll bake the top parts of them. Will bake as a vertex color will bake how tall they are and maybe some offset, and then we can use that to sine wave them back and forth in a shader later on. So you might not even have to bake things because one thing that's nice about these is that we could do this as well. This will be inside of that one. Super simple shadowing. This is too much fun. And then we'll even get a little bit of like extra contrast from that. That looks actually pretty good, right? Some fake lighting. Now imagine them just. I'm just showing off. Yes. Nothing simple as that. It looks like they're like slightly above the floor. That's better. Yeah, we'll create some way of handling this. How will it play? Let's do one level and just a hard one. Too much grass. Yeah, there's a lot of grass now. Luckily, Unity is pretty good with drawing lots of sprites. Healing spell growth grass. That's not gonna work with this setup at least. I'm gonna update that grass mesh every frame or something. Yeah, let's do more of this. There's a day tomorrow, and let's use it. So cool peeps, let's raid someone. Twitch, we don't even need to go to this link anymore. We can just go to whatever. Software and game dev. Game dev aquarium. Look at this guy. Noob. Pixel art special attack effects. Charity. Schmelior. Schmeliork, I like that name. This is game dev, yeah. Anyway, hugs and kisses everyone. I'll see you again tomorrow.